And welcome to the May 17th meeting of the Arlington County Board in 2022. I am joined today by my colleagues, Vice Chairman Christian Dorsey, Mr. Takis Karantonis, Mr. Matt DeFerenti. Ms. Libby Garvey is joining us remotely from Germany. She traveled to Germany as part of a delegation with the Northern Virginia Regional Commission to exchange information regarding climate resilient policies, but unfortunately has been unable to return due to a medical condition. So Ms. Garvey, just confirming you're with us.
I am here, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we will begin, as is our custom, with recognitions and reports. We have quite a few this month, which is terrific. Some great things to celebrate. I'll begin with a proclamation for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I know we have some guests joining us, and we look forward to presenting you with this proclamation and taking a photo afterwards. I'm going to read just a couple of highlights from this proclamation. First, noting that whereas continued immigration and population growth have resulted in almost 19,895 Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders living in Arlington, constituting more than 9.6% of the county's population. And whereas astoundingly diverse within its own ranks, Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders contribute to the great diversity of this nation of nations is America, and to the diverse and inclusive community of Arlington, preserving the rich legacy of their native cultures while embracing the best values and traditions of the United States. And whereas, through their unquenchable respect for education, indefatigable industry, and persistent drive for excellence, Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders have demonstrated outstanding individual and group achievements in academia, government, and business. Therefore, it is my pleasure as chair of the County Board to proclaim May 2022 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Arlington County, and call upon the residents of this county to join us in observing this occasion, participating in activities that highlight the contributions of our neighbors and the spirit of sharing cultural diversity and richness. I want to thank in particular Mr. DeFerenti for bringing this opportunity forward, and welcome our guest for a photo if you all would like. So May is also a month for a few more things, and we have a great opportunity to begin by recognizing Public Works Week. I think we have maybe a slide to accompany this. Is that right? So this is National Public Works Week. It gives all of us in the county the opportunity to just pause and say thank you for the vital work of our public service crews. It should go without saying that a county like Arlington absolutely could not exist without the hard work of these staff. From daily maintenance to sudden emergencies, our teams have kept our waters and sewers and streets and refuse and transit and so much more flowing smoothly because our systems and infrastructure always have to work 24/7. On behalf of the county, this board, and all of our residents, businesses, and visitors, we are grateful to you. Please join me in a round of applause for our Public Works team this Public Works Week. Okay. I believe we are also joined by some community members for notable trees, if that's right. We are celebrating, we look forward to this all year. Since 1987, county residents have been nominating local trees for the status of a notable tree. That designation is based on a variety of criteria. It includes the size of the tree, its age, its species, historical or community significance. The Urban Forestry Commission makes the final designation for notable trees, and to date, more than 350 trees have been recognized as part of this program. We have a video presentation from the Arlington County Forester, or the Arlington Urban Forest Manager, Vincent Verwey, to announce our 2012 winners.
We are here to recognize the 2022 Notable Tree winners. Thanks go out to John Wingard, the tree steward who works with the notable tree applications, vets them for the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, and provides all the details and pictures for this program. Since 1987, Arlington County has recognized its most notable trees. This volunteer-led program has recognized over 365 trees in our community. Owners are recognized with a certificate or plaque. While these trees are not legally protected, notable tree status has often helped communicate the value of these trees in development projects and led to increased conservation of our most prized natural resource. Here are two great examples of trees that stood the test of time. A beautiful sourwood approved in 1988, still showing its beautiful fall color and flowers now, and an American elm looking even better these days than in 1988, providing shade and beauty and supporting the county's tree canopy. 18 tree submissions were reviewed by tree steward John Wingard, and 12 of those nominations were approved by the Forestry and Natural Resource Commission. The following are highlights of this year's nominations. We highlight these 5 trees from the nominations this year. A pin oak, namesake tree for a small HOA called Majestic Oak. A southern red oak, which might be our next county champion southern red oak. A large redbud tree, which could be the next county champion, a white pine in the front yard of our dedicated tree steward John Wingard, which may be the second largest white pine in the county, and finally a willow oak near the Fort Myer Commissary. All the trees can be found at these addresses and will be posted on our online notable tree map and website. This is the map of our newly approved trees. A full map of all notable trees can be found at the link on the slide. Congratulations to all the 2022 notable tree winners. Arlington County Forestry staff will reach out to the winners to send certificates and coordinate plaques.
All right, thank you. Mr. Verwey, thank you so much for all of the work that you do as our forester. I don't know if we are joined today by any of the, I would say owners of these notable trees, but I think we are simply just lucky enough to live in their presence. So if that's the case, we'd welcome you forward. Okay, thank you so much for that great opportunity to recognize some of these beautiful natural resources. Speaking of our natural resources, I'm going to turn things over to Mr. Carantonis to present the Bill Thomas Awards.
Speaking of our natural resources, Madam Chair, and also about the power and the contributions of our volunteers in Arlington County. So it's really my pleasure and distinct honor to introduce the 2021 Bill Thomas Arlington Parks Volunteer Award, which is named after Bill Thomas, who was an exceptional friend of Arlington's parks, a super volunteer and a long-time member of the Parks and Recreation Commission. So this is an award that was established in 2005, and it recognizes community volunteers who made significant contributions to Arlington's natural resources, our parks, and public open spaces. Before we present this year's awardees, I would like to thank the Bill Thomas Park Volunteer Award Committee chairs, Dean Foster and Shruti Kupa, for their work helping to recognize these unsung heroes. And now I'm pleased to have Parks and Recreation Commissioner Melissa Riggio to share this year's award winner. I believe we have a video for that.
Hi, my name is Melissa Riggio. I am one of the Parks and Recreation Commissioners. I was on the Bill Thomas Award Committee and want to say a few things about the winners of the award this year, the Bon Air Park Extension Master Gardeners. While both nominees were incredible in their own ways, we felt that the Bon Air Park Extension Master Gardeners really took it to another level their dedication to the gardens. According to their nomination statement, in 2021, the Quarry Shade Garden held 23 work parties supported by 99 volunteers, totaling 198 volunteer hours, while the Sunny Demonstration Garden held 35 work parties in 2021 from March to November, with an average of 6 volunteers each. The two public gardens that are the focus of the nominees, the Shade Garden and the Sunny Garden, bring focus to native plants. This is important for bringing native versus non-native plant species awareness to the average Arlingtonian, something that we on the Parks Commission particularly appreciate. In reading the nomination and all of the letters of support, we could truly see how the Bon Air Park Extension Master Gardener's personal touch had influenced the community and everyone who had interacted on the gardens. We congratulate the Master Gardeners on their win and look forward to having the gardens be a part of Arlington for a long time to come.
So congratulations to the Bon Air Extension Master Gardeners, Demonstration Garden leaders, Joe Kelly, Caroline Vincent, Dina Lehman, Karen Smith, and Tom Golduk. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. So I don't know if we have them here in the room today. Probably not. I don't see them. But definitely, they deserve the applause and gratitude in this award.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Carantonis. We're going to go next, actually, to a presentation that is incredibly important. One might even say a matter of life and death, regarding the Stroke Smart program. And it looks like we are joined not only by our fire chief, Dave Pavlitz, but quite a number of our firefighter EMTs and other leadership within the department to help take this opportunity to educate the community. I don't know if that old public service announcements still hold, but the life you save may be your own, right? So thank you for coming with this education today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Appreciate this opportunity to recognize May as Stroke Smart Month. The focus on the rapid identification and early initiation of 911 can save lives. We do have in the room Dr. Reed Smith, our medical director, who fully supports this program, and to my left, Margaret Bropes from the Northern Virginia EMS Council, and also Battalion Chief Ann Marsh, our EMS administrator. Every year, Emergency Communications Center from 2019 to 2022 dispatches approximately 270 to 260 incidents of stroke, and this is a significant undercount because it could be masked by other conditions, and for reasons why our two guests will also discuss, it's the importance to recognize the symptoms and initiate 911. Chief Marsh.
Hi, thanks for having me here. My name is Ann Marsh. I'm EMS administration, so I'm responsible for all EMS operations. And we found an incredible opportunity to partner with Margaret and others to become a stroke smart community. Arlington is very progressive that way. I'm born and bred Arlington. I'm very, very proud of the community. So, and also our emergency medical services response. So remember, anytime you call 911 in Arlington, you're going to get a firefighter, EMT, and an ALS provider. So we do blanket coverage for the county for the services, and we are extensively trained in stroke recognition and treatment and transport for stroke. We're lucky in this area to have comprehensive stroke centers available to us in various hospitals, and are able to make the determination as to the appropriate destination depending on the kind of stroke it is. So we go through yearly training as well as our intensive initial training, and we're very excited to be a stroke smart community in the Proclamation. Very proud of that. We've put together with Margaret Probst some memory aids, both in English and Spanish, as well as cards, wallet cards, as well as magnets. So what we are really concerned about is the being able to respond appropriately to communities of color for diversity and inclusion, because these are the communities that are affected most negatively by stroke. There are some cultural barriers to calling 911 that we're trying to address, and the message is call us first. Call us first. We will be there. We will come, and we will help you make the decision as to the right thing for the patient or the loved one. So call 911, and then we're going to be working on distributing these things and doing community outreach. So we're very proud to be here and respond to the community. And I turn it over to the lovely Margaret Probst.
Thank you, Chief Marsh. Thank you. Thank you for doing this. Thank you especially to the leadership, the visionary leadership of you, Ms. Crystal, of Mr. Mark Schwartz, and also especially of Chief Pavlitz. Because of you, lives will be saved. 1 in 6 of us will suffer a stroke. Stroke is the leading cause of long-term disability. And because of your visionary leadership, Arlington County is the first stroke smart county in Virginia. So thank you for that. I'm actually meeting with the public schools. Dr. Duran has put us in touch with Brian Stockton, his chief of staff, after this meeting to bring this message to the 27,000 students and also the staff of Arlington schools. So thank you.
Excellent. Chief Pavlitz, Chief Margaret, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate the opportunity to hear from you and to celebrate that achievement about becoming a Stroke Smarts community.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could just take a point of personal privilege. Joe Rochetta is in the audience, and he's retiring in 3 days after 36 years of service with the Arlington County Fire Department. I just wanted to give him a round of applause. Come on, Joe.
I am so glad we have this opportunity to embarrass you before you go. Absolutely, we appreciate you so much, including a turn as acting fire chief. There is, I imagine, few roles within the department you haven't played. You are going to be sincerely missed, and I hope we'll get to see you around. Thank you. We move now into a proclamation for Older Americans Awareness Month, celebrating older Americans. And I'm going to be brief in reading this, but we do appreciate the opportunity to recognize the growing number of older adults who contribute strength, wisdom, and experience in our county. So whereas Arlington County benefits when people of all ages and abilities are welcomed, included, and supported, and we recognize our need to create a community that provides services and supports that older Americans need to thrive and live independently for as long as possible. And whereas Arlington County can and is committed to working to build an even better community for older residents through programs that encourage independence, through activities that are responsive to individual needs and preferences, and by increasing access to services that support aging in place. Now, therefore, it is my pleasure to proclaim May 2022 to be Older Americans Month in Arlington and urge our residents to recognize the contribution of our older citizens and join in creating an inclusive society that will support their choices about how they can age in their communities, including ours. Thank you so much. And then a final proclamation, and this is one I think we're all looking forward to celebrating on two wheels this Friday. It is Bike Month. So we have a proclamation here. I'm going to read just a couple notes from it by way of informing everyone about Bike to Work Week in particular. Whereas bicycle commuting is an effective means to improve air quality, reduce traffic congestion, conserve energy, and bicycle commuting benefits both employees and employers through better health and fitness and reduced commuting and parking costs. Whereas Arlington has an expansive bicycle network, including some of the most popular bike trails in the region, and a growing population of cyclists who are actively involved in shaping policy nationally, locally, regionally, and beyond. And there has been a global bike boom during the pandemic of the past 2 years, record scale sales and ridership of all kinds of bikes. And whereas the National Center for Safe Routes to School has designated May 4th, just earlier this month, to be National Bike to School Day, and the League of American Bicyclists has declared the week of May 16 through 2022 to be Bike to Work Week, and whereas the National Capital Transportation Planning Board proclaimed May 20th of 2022 to be Bike to Work Day throughout the Washington metropolitan region, of which Arlington is a part. Now, therefore, I proclaim May 2022 as Bike Month in Arlington and urge all residents to support and participate in these activities that contribute to the health of the community and the environment. We will see you at Bike to Work stops all around the county for both the morning and I believe afternoon commute. You can learn more by visiting arlingtonva.us and searching Bike to Work Day. Mr. Cantonis, I know you're going to be on the Pike. I'll see folks in Roslyn. We're looking forward to this one.
I will start on the bike.
Oh, all right. You've thrown the gauntlet down. We'll see you biking all over the county.
The whole point is to be able to bike all around the county.
I love it. Excellent. Okay, I think that concludes all of our proclamations. Thanks so much to everyone who joined us to celebrate the many things that the month of May celebrates. I have no further chair's report, so I'm going to move us into appointments for new and returning commissioners. I move as follows, that we appoint. You made. Great, thank you. All right, to the Arlington Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families, I move that we appoint Carolina Cayencielos for a term ending May 31st of 2024. To the Commission on the Status of Women, that we appoint Susan Strauss for a term ending May 31st of 2025. To the Crystal City Citizens Review Council, we reappoint Harmar Thompson for a term ending May 31st of 2024. To the Disability Advisory Commission, appoint John Bryant Atkins for a term ending May 31st of 2024. To the Local Code Board of Building Code Appeals, reappoint Clifton Groover and Michael Foster, both for terms ending December 31st of 2026. And to the Parks and Recreation Commission, reappoint Jill Barker for a term ending May 31st of 2024. Do I have a second? All right, all in favor of that motion for appointments, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that carries
Aye.
unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Garvey. A hearty congratulations and a real thank you to those who volunteer their time on these commissions and others. We are really grateful for and greatly enriched by your contributions, advice, and outreach to the community. Okay, moving through to board member reports. Mr. DeFrenti, I think you have an update for us about the point and time count. Is that right?
I do. Brief. I think there are a couple of slides, 3 in total. This year we had a slight increase in our total between the sheltered and unsheltered to 182 people in 2022. The team, I've been lucky to work with the team a couple of times, and I do feel as though you can feel the commitment every time you do the point in time count. But this is, I think we're seeing an increase in need also on the food side. So we just saw a slight increase, and we'll be continuing to work on this. I'm always inspired by those we get to work with. You can see there that sort of breakdown in terms of where we're seeing slight increases as a whole. The next slide just has a graphic. I think that top left graph is what you'll be familiar with in terms of 15, 20 years ago, we did not have Housing First as a strategy, and so we've come down significantly. But we still have a little ways to go. And we have a lot of concern because aligned with some of the work we need to continue to do on equity, the right side shows that we have disproportionate homelessness with our Black community, and actually slightly disproportionate as well with some of our Asian communities. So there's also our Latinx community. There's work to do to be serving everyone so that we reduce and eventually eliminate homelessness for all groups. So I think this is pressing. There's more that we can do on this. And the last slide just briefly shows, I believe if there's a next slide, it shows you guys will notice that I look pretty wary there, and you probably saw this, that I did a little rappelling to try and bring attention to this. That is as far down as I looked the whole time because I was aware that I had not gone rappelling in a long time. So thanks for indulging the last slide. I felt like it was a worthy cause, and we have more to do on it. Thanks.
You would have been impressed really that you were part of that overnight count, let alone rappelled down the side of a building. So thank you. I think that work in the continuum of care represents just a huge lift from DHS, other departments, a number of community partners. And I really appreciate how that team over the years has tried to really home in on things like racial disparities, youth homelessness, people departing from situations of domestic abuse. The picture of homelessness is complex. So thanks for bringing that data to us. Mm-hmm. Okay, moving into regional reports, Mr. Dorsey, I believe you have an update for us from the Council of Governments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Jacobs has received my recent email, and we can pull up something. I'd like to just walk you through the latest iteration of the organization HAND, the nonprofit collaborative of organizations as well as various professionals involved in housing that is structurally built around bringing equity to our region's housing supply and providing opportunities for people to live. A couple of years ago, they debuted what they called the Housing Impact Tool, and version 1.0 included a dashboard of neighboring jurisdictions, including Arlington, and how we were doing in a number of areas as it relates to housing goals. To remind you, HAN has aligned with the Council of Governments on identifying the total number of housing units needed for our region, as well as the work of the Urban Institute that looks at where that housing needs to be in order to provide affordable opportunities for the income earners in our region. They have just released version 2.0, and I was pleased to be a part of that launch event. And here we have a number of enhancements to the dashboard, a number of indicators that they are now tracking, as well as an overall narrative about the importance of housing to our region's vitality. And so I'll just walk you through a bit. You can see that at the start, there is a survey of various policies that have been deemed by scholars to be conducive to being a robust set of policies for the preservation and the creation of good housing opportunities. As we stack up with that initial survey, Arlington is doing very well. The only policy that they track that we do not currently have is one that is not because of our inability to execute a good policy. It's just because of our residing in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that is providing tenants a first right of refusal when it comes to the turnover of their property. As we look later, there's a graphical representation of a lot of different housing outcomes, looking at the number of housing units built, the affordability of housing, and Ms. Jacobs, you can just continue to scroll. I know colleagues will look at this at length later. But as we go through, there are a lot of indicators that allow us to keep track of how we are doing, which is always of utmost importance. But another benefit of this is we can see how we track with our neighbors to borrow from things that are going well elsewhere, to make sure that our menu of what we're doing from a housing Arlington standpoint is as robust as it possibly can be. I, for one, think this measure and layer of accountability for our region is essential to keep us honest, if you will, so that we can make sure that our rhetoric matches up with our efforts. And Housing Impact Tool 2.0 is a great improvement over the first one, which was already very, very good. And so on another note, I'd just like to share, as I do on an annual basis, the results of the Foster Parents of the Year awards. And every year, COG has an opportunity to recognize those individuals, those families in our community who are really providing just a critical element in the continuum of care for our region's youth, and those people who serve and step up as foster parents do work that is beyond commendable. And this year, we had the privilege of honoring someone from our own community in Arlington, Jill Abbott, who was the Arlington County Foster Parent of the Year. And Ms. Abbott has been a foster parent in Arlington for nearly 6 years, and she specializes and focuses on fostering transracially. And Jill has shared with other foster families the importance of African American hair care and the importance of an investment in a youth's identity and honoring that identity and supporting and fulfilling their connection to that identity, even through the foster experience. She shows up as a mentor for other foster parents, as a respite provider, a confidant, and a friend, and she is just a part of strengthening and providing a constant support system for the children and families in Arlington who may need her. So if you'll indulge, there's a short video which spotlights Jill and her contributions.
I've been a foster parent for about 5 years, and I've had kids from age 7 to 17. Being a mom, to me, it is a really special thing. I have learned many, many different things about myself, about families. I had a child that only spoke Spanish, and I do speak Spanish. So for a while, I was running a bilingual household because I had one child that spoke English and one child that spoke Spanish. The majority of my kids have been transracial, and there's a lot of work that goes into that on my part in terms of understanding various cultures. My home feels very different. I'm very involved in the child's life. Bridging the gap to me is one of the most important things that you're going to do. So I work very hard to establish relationships with the biological family. I hope they understood that they were loved and cared for, and that true unconditional aspect of it, and that they feel confident in who they are. There's less me time, but that's okay. It's the hardest thing you'll ever do, but it's also the most rewarding. You're getting involved in a family's life.
Thank you, and it's always just so inspiring. In her words, the hardest thing that you'll ever do, but the most rewarding, are just words that I think really speak to the heart of her work and also the heart of what we all try to do with public service. So thanks for the opportunity to share that, and that concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dorsey. Really appreciate that. Unless there are any reports from colleagues that I've missed, I'm going to turn now to the manager with a couple of items. Over to you, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. And since first item is about our resident satisfaction survey, and since 2004, we have conducted a statistically valid survey every 4 years to measure resident satisfaction. The 2022 survey is our 6th comprehensive survey. We look at county services, and data collection took place in February and March of this year, right as Omicron was upon us. This survey was conducted by the Probalski Research Firm, an independent third-party research firm experienced in conducting opinion and market research for business, election, association, nonprofit, and government clients. The results will help us understand why and where we are doing well and where we need to do better. And I'm going to be working with my team in the county manager's office and also department directors to identify specific areas of opportunity for improvement. So Adam Probalski is joining us remotely to share some of the highlights from the survey, and a full set of the results are going to be posted on our website and available for community to review. I'm sure we'll get a lot of questions from the community. So with that, I'm hoping that Adam can join us. Adam, over to you.
I'm here. Looks like my video is a little bit choppy. I don't know if, can you all see that, or is it just me?
Unfortunately, we can see the choppiness, but we can hear you just fine.
All right. Well, maybe that fixed it. All right. I'm going to share my screen this way. I can advance the slides if that's okay with you folks. Let's see here. Executive summary. Hoping everybody can see that. Just let me know if there's any challenges. We really enjoyed working with the county, especially with staff. And I'm going to get right to it and certainly be available for questions. This was a comprehensive, statistically valid survey of your residents. Was inclusive of virtually every quarter of the community. We expanded the way data collection was done. So in addition to calling people on the landlines that they still have, and mostly their mobile phones, online emailing and texting them, people who participated from panels, and even direct mail. There was a big reach, kind of a big warm hug to the entire community to try to bring everyone in. 1,300 respondents among your residents was a big pool of respondents. Just to give you an indicator, statewide, your typical survey has about 800 respondents. So in Arlington, 1,300 is extremely robust. And about 5% of your respondents chose Spanish to respond in Spanish. Doesn't mean they don't speak English, just means that's their preference. And of course, the English respondents, I'm sure a lot of them speak other languages as well. As was indicated, we took about a little over a month to collect the data. So really, a lot of time to get people to respond and be included. I'll get to representation of your respondents. As you can see, there were a couple respondents at the cemetery. I assure you they were all alive. There are residents there who are part of the county, but just a couple that responded, and everyone else throughout the county. And you'll see some other maps as we go along. So demographics, our goal is to be within a few percentage points of all your demographics to make sure we're representative, and we accomplish that. You can see based on gender, based on zip code, also on geographic location, based on age category, and then ethnicity. And so you can see at the top is the survey demographics, and the lighter blue is the U.S. Census data for the county. So our goal was to match, and that's what we did accomplish in each of those categories. Similarly, we looked at data based on income, and then based on home ownership, or I'm sorry, business ownership. You have some, about 11% of your respondents say they own a business in the community. And then you can kind of see the length of residency, how long people have lived there. A pretty diverse community in general, and then also time of living in the community as well. So some key findings. I'm going to get to some more interesting charts here, but I just want to go over some big numbers. One, and they are big numbers, very high level of satisfaction, perception and satisfaction. So 85% are satisfied with the quality of life in the county, and then 79% of the overall image of the county, and 79% of the quality of services provided by the county. And you can see here there's intensities of those. So among that 85%, 55% of them are very satisfied. So really, really strong numbers in the face of what we'll talk about in a few minutes of perhaps a kind of a downward trend perhaps among government in general and satisfaction and trust. Well, you're keeping up those numbers pretty well. Maintained satisfaction over the course of COVID, which really changed to some degree the relationship that you have with your residents. And satisfaction with services are significantly higher compared to other communities. If you want to compare yourself, you're doing pretty darn well in almost every category. So as far as trust goes, you're also doing a whole lot better based upon other agencies similarly throughout the country. Where can numbers improve? Potentially with transparency in decision-making process, and I'll talk more about that. Also with managing growth and development and availability and access to affordable childcare, mental health services, kind of those social services in general. So we'll look at those in a minute. So first, satisfaction with services is positive and overall perception is positive. There was a bit of a drop in some cases. We'll get to that. Here's your numbers of overall perception, overall image, quality of life, quality of services provided by Arlington. You can see these numbers are pretty high. I will say this, and you might even hear me say it again, this is not an academic exercise, right? We're Americans, we don't agree on anything. If we owe 50% plus one, you're doing good. If you're in the 70s or 80s, you're doing fantastic. So really strong numbers when it comes to perception. This number here, transparency in county decision-making, I know it looks low, but you got to keep in mind and remember, most people don't have context for a lot of these things. I go to school, I pick up my kids from soccer, we go out for dinner once a month, right? I'm not really focused on, I'm sorry to tell you, what's happening in your building. So keep in mind that's a part of that process, that there's just not their main focus, but strong numbers throughout. We also look at a chart here that we show important to me personally, and then level of satisfaction. And you can see the numbers over here of high level of satisfaction with fire, emergency medical services, parks, police, and nothing rises to this, it's personally important to me above, 50+% here or so, or 40 high percent. So what's that about? It speaks directly back to what I was saying. I don't really have a context, right? I call the police, they show up. The roads work. I don't have this real personal important to me on any one of these categories. I mean, some people do, but not in some grand form. So people are very happy with things like the library system, emergency preparedness, things like that. Really, strong numbers. And as you heard, I think in an earlier presentation, where there's less satisfaction with overall availability and affordability of housing, and that's just a factor with any affluent community, with any high real estate price community, and the tools that you have are somewhat limited. So can looking forward to the next survey, can a number like this improve satisfaction wise? Sure, but probably incrementally, because it's not like you're going to find 5,000 acres and build hundreds and thousands of new properties. So overall satisfaction with county services. You can see these numbers kind of cascade down, but not dramatically. So you've got big numbers for fire and rescue, emergency services, big numbers for library, county parks, police services, really, really strong. And then, lower down are things like code enforcement and human services. Again, context is important. I probably don't have a lot of reason to call code enforcement or be worried about it. But there are some folks in there who do have some concerns. So, and then you can think things like stormwater runoff are lower on the list, but still in positive territory. So really positive numbers for the satisfaction with services. We look at safety throughout the community in very different places. First in my neighborhood, and then in nightlife areas, and then commercial, and then overall feeling of safety. Really strong positive numbers, 89% in their neighborhood. The lowest is nightlife areas at 76%, and overall is 86%. Again, this is a place where you're really strong in your numbers, and it's one of those from a management perspective. Can we make improvements here? Yes, possibly, but on a very, very minute basis, because you're never going to have 100% of people saying that everything's perfect. So really possibilities of incremental improvements. Here, if there is kind of such a thing as a difference throughout the county, we do look at the numbers, and as it gets darker, they feel safer, and as it gets lighter, they get a little bit less safe. But really, it's still really strong numbers. And so, perhaps one of the things that we do, and this is an executive summary presentation. There's I think 700 slides in the main one and thousands of pages in the full report. One of the things that you might take away from this is targeting of outreach or targeting of action. So at times where you see there are differences based upon geography or communities based on demographics, you may say, okay, that's the community we want to talk to more about this particular subject matter. I think there's not a lot to do here on safety, but it's an example of that. We also, this is an example of the cross-tabulated results that we have in the full report, but this is just to give you an indication from a safety standpoint in their neighborhood. You can see Latinos have the, and white people and Black and African American, everyone across the board has a fairly high level of feeling of safe. There is a nuance here to the numbers for Native American respondents. Remember, they're a small percentage. They make up about 1% of the population. We actually oversampled them a bit to make up about 1.7%. But so small numbers of people in those categories, small categories, can influence the numbers. But it is kind of an interesting thing that might want to be do a little more discovery work. So race and equity satisfaction, when it comes to the county ensuring that all residents have, essentially access equitably to each of these different things, the development of the county's budget and the county's policies and communications and all these different places, police services. So really high level of congruency when it comes to access based on all the different factors of race and ethnicity when it comes to the different things that the county does. There are some places where it's smaller. Again, it's context. I really am not, again, I apologize to finance staff, but they're just not focused on budget. But they are on things like fire and police services where you have really high, strong numbers. Same things with parks, right? Great access for library services across the board for each one of these kind of groups. So we asked about familiarity with the county's efforts to advance racial equity, and you can kind of see not big numbers in general, right? Less than 45% overall. But if you do look, there are certain places where it's even lower, and that's a place where you'd probably want to maybe direct efforts if, from a policy perspective, that's something that's important to you, to make sure they understand that you are making strides to advance racial equity. That's where you want to talk to folk. And again, looking at it from a ethnicity and race background, you can kind of see pretty strong numbers in majorities throughout, and then it tails off a little bit for Pacific Islander and Native American respondents, but overall strong numbers. So satisfaction with services remains high, higher than communities nationally and throughout the Atlantic region. We'll look at that, even through the pandemic period. So first off, county services overall versus U.S. So you're on top in the darker blue. The U.S. is on the bottom in lighter blue. So you can see you outperform in each of these categories, in some cases pretty dramatically, like emergency services, like police, big numbers over your peers throughout the country in essentially every category. Looking at overall perception, the only place where the number is off a little bit is transparency. And again, it's about context, not necessarily, and also about your relationship over the course of the pandemic. I wasn't able to necessarily be at your offices. I wasn't necessarily be able to be in places. So maybe I feel like I was a little bit less, had a little less access to that. But overall, really strong numbers. You can see your numbers excel far beyond in almost every category the rest of the country. Next, we looked at services versus just the Atlantic region, kind of a carve out right there in the mid-eastern seaboard. And your numbers, again, are performing much better than your peers in virtually every category except for stormwater runoff. And that's, I think, something that's in your in the works to make improvements, or things have already been improved and haven't necessarily come to fruition yet. So strong numbers, better than your peers on police services, better than your peers on library, better than your peers on emergency preparedness. So really, really strong numbers throughout. And then again, on perception, Arlington on top, Atlantic region on the bottom. You are, perception-wise, Atlantic region outperforming all your peers on virtually every category as well. So, doing good locally, people are happy, doing good against your national peers, doing very good against your Atlantic region peers. So let's look at the U.S. overall, like what's happened in the U.S. Well, in the U.S. in 2018, as you can see, broadly, the numbers were higher. And the numbers are off in 2022. This is according to some other some of our and some other research data that's out there. So you're outperforming, and then you can kind of see the numbers are generally off throughout the country, and you're doing fairly well. So again, perception-wise, this is nationally. Numbers are just generally off. There's no getting around it, and that's partly because of a general mistrust in government, which is coming back a bit. It's also due to COVID, right? The relationship changed, and there's some other things that we'll talk about. We can talk about. There's that equity and racial strife and things like that in this country that has caused kind of concern over police services and just in general the relationship with government. Satisfaction has decreased slightly, which has been, like I said, a common trend over the course of the pandemic, but you've kind of held strong. So here's some short-term trends that we're seeing. So there's a lower level of satisfaction with police services, and that is the national climate of race and police issues is a big factor there, something we're seeing in other places. Overall satisfaction with services has gone down a bit, but a big factor there is COVID and what the services you were able to provide. And the customer service that people receive from the county off also again, but again, not a lot of access to those kind of services that people were used to having over the course of the height of the pandemic. Increase in satisfaction with your streets by, of course, the point of about 17% since early surveys, and there is a drop off in satisfaction over stormwater, and you probably have a pretty clear understanding of where that comes from. So this kind of hypothesis we put together that is based on a lot of data is, the pandemic stresses on government that made, like I said, my interaction with you change. The overall kind of race and equity issues that have been on the forefront when it comes to policing, and then that mistrust in government kind of has put a flavor towards numbers perhaps being off a bit, although you've performed fairly well. So let's look at your numbers over the course of time. So on the bottom in the light is the 2015 polling numbers, in the middle is 2018, and at the very top is this year's 2022. So you can see numbers are off in most categories, and it's just a reality of what we're seeing. We already saw it nationally; those numbers have come down, and your numbers are off. They are not off dramatically. You have kept up very well in the face of all those factors we just talked about. And I'm not just saying happy, fun things because you're a client. This is my job to analyze the results, and you are clearly not as dramatically impacted as your peers nationally. And so you can see, your numbers are off, and that's a factor. And what I'll say is, flash forward 5 years, 10 years, we're going to all look back and say, what was that? What was that on the trend line that had the numbers off before they shot back up? hopefully. And we're going to answer. Obviously, it was COVID, and it was a moment in time, and that is what I expect these things are moments in times where you're going to have a chance to make these numbers really shine. So overall, those other numbers I was talking about, they might have incremental improvements. I think on a lot of these, you're going to have big upside. Same thing here with the overall satisfaction, specifically like library and other things. You'll see the numbers are off a bit, but you're doing something right with streets because those numbers are up. And like I said, nothing dramatically falling, but just off from previous years. COVID and emergency services. You've done really well in this category. And look, you've put a lot of focus on this. All government agencies have focused on informing the public about vaccines and testing and all that at 77% satisfaction. The services you provide around testing vaccines, 78%. So really high satisfaction with what you're doing, what you've done in regard to COVID. And then, information regarding emergency situations, 68%, and then emergency alerts shared during emergencies, 76%. So they're really happy with what you've done with COVID and how you're relating to them when it comes to emergencies. So positive perception of the county. Really, we were able to maintain in large part the service levels or satisfaction with service levels over the course of the pandemic. You are, when comparing to your peers nationally and in your region, doing really well. And they feel like you're doing a good job in providing equitable services. So, looking at those bullet points, can you improve transparency? Possibly, or maybe awareness about what you do have out there, what's available on your website, how clearly you do operate, and then growth, and then access to social services for those that have a context for it. I know that's a ton of data. As I said, there's a lot more things to read through, including open-ended responses, which can be really interesting to look through and worthwhile. Bryna will have all that stuff over the course of the next couple of days here, and I'm sure she'll be happy to provide anything. Let me answer any questions, please.
All right. Thank you so much. I imagine you're going to have quite a few. I think Mr. Dorsey's quickest on the draw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Probalski. So I've only begun to look through the 600 some odd slides and the crosstabs, and it's fascinating work. So I'll just lead with a couple of questions. Is it worthwhile through surveys such as these to take the temperature, at least the self-assessment of how people assess their own well-being? And I ask that question since so much of what we're measuring here are perceptions. And perceptions, it seems to me, at least intuitively, are tied to one's outlook and, sense of security and safety and everything else. And would it be worth tracking over time to see how well-being correlates or does not correlate to any changes and shifts in perception, so that we can maybe understand the numbers and not just really from developing a hypothesis, but really seeing a direct connection as to whether or not one's own well-being affects one's outlook?
I think it'd be great. I think it's a great thought. I will say this: we had 120 some odd questions. This was probably the largest survey we've ever done. It's huge. It's a monster. So if we get the opportunity in the future, or whoever is doing the survey in the future, I would say having kind of a mental health question, having a financial health question, things that like what you're talking about, I think would be great. But I would put it in the context of maybe shaving a little bit on the other questions might be a good way of going about getting those in there.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. And one other question, if I can, before I yield the floor. So one of the things that, at least from an equity perspective, we're constantly challenging ourselves to answer is who's missing. And it is really impressive, the representative sample that you were able to get. I'm beyond, in awe of all of that. But do you ask yourselves the question of who's missing, who may be missing from this? I mean, and I recognize you're doing really all of the channels. You listed all of the ones that really are available. But should we be thinking about more in-person, face-to-face data collection in order to flesh out any Arlingtonians who may be missing from this kind of survey?
Sure. So I don't think it's necessary from a statistically valid standpoint or from an inclusivity standpoint. Okay. However, there, as you said, there is like one or two next steps that are possible, and that would be in person. If for some rationale we're not reaching some group, and I'll tell you, CDC is the one that tracks cell phone usage, which is odd, but that's how our government works. And they suggest that virtually everyone has access to a mobile phone. So even those who are unhoused have mobile phones. So we get to reach them. And we didn't ask a question whether they were, well, we do have the people who say other in a living condition. So there is the possibility of doing that, or partnering with community groups to get their members or the people they serve to participate. I don't feel like we missed out on any of those folks, especially using all those modes. So I don't think it's necessary. But at some point, as we look at the numbers, or anyone else does, and they think that perhaps some group could have been more better represented, it's certainly a possibility. But I'm confident we didn't miss any particular group.
Yeah, thank you. And Madam Chair, I have one more, but it may be addressed. You sure?
I think it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So the question about transparency. So can you give us a little bit more as to how you word that from a question perspective? And I'm just trying to figure out, since it is an area of weakness for us, at least relatively, how we might think about dealing with it. So what's exactly the wording, if we could start there?
Yeah, so we say here are several items that may influence your overall perception of the county, Arlington County. Please indicate how satisfied or unsatisfied you are with the following. And it says transparency of the county's decision-making process. It's really about, I truly believe it's about the context for it. What the presentation you saw, and for the most part, the data that's going to be in the bigger deck, is void of the people who say, I don't know, because you want to know based on what people who have context understand. In some of the other reporting, you'll be able to look at the don't knows. They just don't have, I think there is part of that. There's definitely an element of people who believe that there is something else you can do to outreach and communicate and open up the doors to more sunlight. But the vast majority of those respondents are just going off of this general sense that there's a mistrust in government and all institutions, by the way. And that started happening, 6 years ago, and that those numbers have improved in the last 18 months a bit. But the truth is that we're all off from a transparency and a trust standpoint, and I do think you can improve those numbers, but it's more of a national flavor. It's something well beyond. It's a branding problem with government institutions, not necessarily something that's a Arlington specific problem.
Thank you.
So I know I want to follow up on that, and I suspect colleagues might too. So why don't we take just a pause and see any follow-up questions on the transparency piece? We'll do a round on open questions.
Ms. Garvey was also.
Okay. Ms. Garvey, did you want to go first on transparency? Yeah. Or second, I guess?
Sure. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, thank you. You can hear me okay?
We can.
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you so much. Just to follow up a little bit, I believe in, I've just looked at this briefly. We had a little briefing on it. I think that we had about 75% of the folks thought that the information we gave was good, or they trusted our information. I mean, that seemed like a really high number of people trusting the information we give them. And yet they're not comfortable with the transparency. So it feels to me like maybe something else sort of is going on. Would you comment on that a little bit?
Sure. So yeah, 75% trust information provided by the county, and among them, a big chunk, almost half, say they strongly trust the information. And as far as trust goes, the county manager and employees have a high level of trust as well, at 64% specifically. So really, really strong numbers of what you put out has high trust. I hesitate to give you anything more than, just imagine, the people you meet at the grocery store, or even your neighbors who know exactly who you are and your role in the county government, and the last time one of them has ever looked at a county agenda, has ever looked at your budget documents, has looked at any of the robust information that's put out there that demonstrates exactly where their taxpayer dollars are going. An engineering report on a street quality, they just don't do it. It's not bad, right? We're Americans, we're busy, we have other things happening, but I really do believe it's those two compounding factors of trust in government in general and context for this is not something that's relevant to me, at the moment, until there's some kind of crisis, and then I'm very excited about what the county does and very concerned about how you are transparent.
Yeah. Thank you. And I think this is something probably, Madam Chair, that I think we'll talk about more and look at. The other things where people were concerned, housing, and actually childcare and mental health, we're not happy with it either. Yeah. And we certainly want to be transparent. That's not working out, but I think it's a little harder for us to figure out what the issue is there. Maybe it's just because Arlington processes things so much that it gets to be a little confusing. I don't know.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I wanted to follow up as well on that. What's interesting to me, I think I'm somewhat taken by the explanation that you'd offer, Mr. Probolski, about government having a branding problem. I think we could probably see that at all levels of government. What's interesting to me is that we are, it is one of the few areas where we are running behind our peers. And interestingly, it's also one of the few areas where it seems like over time we've improved or even just stayed static since 2015. So there's something interesting happening there that doesn't seem to be necessarily explained by those national trends. I guess the question I have for you, and because this is something, let me first just say, I think it's really important that we just receive that information and not be defensive about it. This is a pretty significant piece of feedback from our community that this is an area that Arlington and county government has to improve on. And that perhaps the elected officials even more so than the manager and staff, as you pointed out. On the other, I also can see there are a lot of ways in trying to chase a solution, we can make it worse, right? We perhaps over the recent years have thought that maybe the problem is that there's not enough information transparently available on the web. And so we put so much information on the web that it's hard for people to access and understand what government's doing. Or, we have a lot of kind of frequent participators in government who've got a lot of theories about how we need to improve transparency. We also hear that Arlington County government listens to the same voices too often, right? So it seems like sort of everywhere you look, there are potential pitfalls in trying to resolve this problem. I guess I'd be interested in your take, Mr. Probolski, because I see this as one for us to work on in partnership with Dr. Helfer and her team. Is this an area where polling can tell us more? If we were to do more surveying, with more sub-questions about transparency, do you think there's greater granularity we can get? Or do we just need to use some other engagement tools to really try to understand the nature of the problem and potential solutions?
Sure. You're asking the pollster if we should do more polling. The answer is yes. But I think, and the answer is actually yes. This is something that I think you would want to ask another several questions on. If I could, at the risk of sharing too much, I'm going to share the question in the big deck, and hopefully everybody can see that. So here's the overall numbers: satisfaction, unsatisfied. It's not so pretty, but here's what's saying is very important to look at. This neutral number is the okay, is the it's working, is the, it's fine. And if you add neutral to satisfied, right, you're well into over 60%. And so that all of a sudden becomes, oh, wait a second, we are basically 2-to-1 satisfied or just okay with where things are at. So that really makes the, I think, equation look a little bit different and maybe look a little bit better. But before we actually have to do any other polling, let's just look at who it is that is concerned and who is not. So we can look at the data by gender, by age, by ethnicity and race, and you can kind of see there is no, there's no big numbers here that are upside down. But there are some concerns in these smaller categories of respondents based on ethnicity that are, in the negative category. We also look at the numbers based upon zip code. and you can kind of see, high level or satisfaction in general, and then a decent amount of unsatisfied of neutral, that when you couple those together really represent the vast majority of those bars. And then again, looking at by different factors and whether they're disabled or language. So if you take the green and the gray together, it really does represent big parts of the community, big majorities, and makes it clear that it's maybe paints a more realistic picture of that. And what's cool about that data that I just showed you is if you are specifically, this is a policy directive, let's bring those numbers up. Well, you know exactly which communities based on all those different demographics of how you want to do that outreach.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, to me, it seems like the next step is maybe to spend some more time in those crosstabs. And I know Dr. Helfer is at the ready for us to think through some further outreach and solutions. It may involve more surveying. So thank you. Mr. Karantonis, you've been very patient. I think you had other questions.
Yeah, it's actually, just to complete that, normally when we ask for transparency, there is the issue between, opacity versus transparency of a political decision process, right? And there is also the question about whether this is a proxy for the perception whether this process is fair, where fairness is judged at this moment. So how can the crosstabs that you just showed us inform us whether what we are receiving here is more an expression about opaqueness versus, transparent decision-making processes, or it comes with a, the sub-message of, well, there is a concern about fairness?
I think that it'd be hard to kind of give a clear picture of whether it's fairness or something else. But as I indicated there, there's a big chunk of respondents who don't have a like I said, context or a real feeling for the subject matter, and then there's the bigger percentage that says that they're satisfied with it. So we never want to be dismissive of the people who are unhappy, but another factor in all the numbers is that I didn't even show there is there's a big percentage of the folks that say they don't know. So if you really isolate the people who say that they're unhappy or unsatisfied, it's an even smaller percentage overall when you bring in the people who say they don't know. So I don't want to dismiss the nature of the fact that people are less happy with that, satisfied with your transparency when it comes to decision making. I think there's certainly work that can be done, and part of that is outreach to make sure that they understand your process. But it is not something that causes me as a researcher some sort of alarm. I would be, ring the alarm bell if there was, off the chart numbers on housing and affordability or on police services or any of these other things, because that's where people really activate. We do not see people activate on this on this topic very often, and I don't think it is as dramatic as it might look from the executive summary charting.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask?
Please.
Well. So one methodological question that I just want to settle so that I understand your choice. So you try to match the demographics of the sampling to the actual census demographics. There's only one income category that there is a discrepancy in the $150,000 income per household. You are about 7% off between, so you have more $150,000 households than census indicates that we have. Is that at all a problem?
And also, if I could just jump in, it looked like we were pretty far off on the under 35,000 representation as well.
Correct. That's too.
Yeah.
That too. So should this tell us something? Should we take into account when we read through the crosstabs?
So we balance on, here's what we balance on. We are aggressively balancing on geography first. In this case, we use zip code. And then based on gender, age group, and ethnicity. Those are the things that we are able to and we strive to balance based upon. Other factors in the community are typically balanced based upon the fact that we're attracting the right number of respondents in each of those categories. So no, I don't think that there's a reason to be concerned about the data points. But if you feel like you need to do some additional discovery work in any one of those other categories like business ownership or income level, there is, you can certainly do that. I would also suggest that we see we're able to, through the work we're doing, whether it's we're able to very clearly determine through the data that we use age and gender and to some degree ethnicity, although that's self-reported, and then geography. People self-reporting their income is not always as they're not always as free with it or as people sometimes say, and also people say things that might be a little bit different than what the census might say. So I'm not really concerned about it, but our goal is to always balance on those other key factors and make sure it's representative. But happy to do some other discovery work if you want to. One possibility is you can weight the data, but I don't think it's necessary.
Thank you.
Excellent. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I guess I also have been looking a little bit at the code, the larger deck, the 600 slides, the code enforcement section of that. And I'm not there yet to specific questions for you, Mr. Problowski. I do kind of feel it's a challenge that you need to get good data, but also qualitative conversations can be anecdotes, but if there's a larger number, they can help to build a story on it. I guess my thoughts are going to really be eventually focused on touching base out of the data that we've received with our team and sort of thinking about the 2 or 3 areas that are code enforcement and housing. Those are not surprising to us. And then maybe, accessibility of services. I've been sort of wondering in my mind if SciFax is accessible for all who need. So those are really comments. It's not so much a question for you. It's more, I think I need to follow up with Mr. Schwartz at some point via separate conversations. But I really appreciate all the context, the shorter deck as well as the longer research. It resonates. Now I'm sort of in a, how do we take this data and then act on the data? Which I don't know, maybe Mr. Schwartz, if there's a general process that we have for working off of this data that we have done in the past. I wasn't as deeply imbued in this 4 years ago.
So the Mr. Probolski and Brian Helfer are sitting down with department heads. I think as of now, we've only done about 3 of the departments. So we have a long distance to go, and looking at the 600 additional pieces of information. And we'll draw conclusions from that, and we'll come up with some action plans if they're appropriate based on that information. And so I will report back to you. It's probably going to be a few months until we've churned through all of the data. My take on the data is that I too was asking a lot of questions about the transparency issue. I tend to be an optimist. I was happy to see that over the last few years we've invested a lot more in our roads, and the satisfaction of that came up because that had been a sore point. But we'll be back to you with any actions that we're going to take.
Thanks so much. Ms. Garvey, did you have any other questions? All right.
If I might just follow up on this conversation a little bit, if that's okay.
Please.
And I would like, I know the manager is going to be coming back to us, but I'd just like to say that I would appreciate it if our staff could particularly look at the transparency and think about how to try to get a little bit of a deeper dive in it. I find myself when it's so sort of unusual. It's got something to do with the Arlington way. I don't know, Mr. Kowalski, if you're familiar with the term the Arlington way, but it's a way in which we are just a little bit different. So I'm not quite sure what's going on here, and anything that we could figure out, help us figure that out, I think would be a good thing. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thanks so much. I definitely think this is the big area for discussion, and just to make sure we're not being too hasty or lurching too much from thing to thing. I mean, I just raised that point. It is really interesting to me that this is one of the very few areas we've improved or at least not declined. So maybe it takes some time for long-standing efforts to penetrate as well. I really appreciate it, Mr. Popolski. I think you probably got a pretty good taste of what I would describe as our philosophy in general in Arlington, which is we may be doing better than nearly everybody else, but it's not good enough for us. So I think that was probably the tenor of the conversations. Of course, we immediately focus in on areas for remaining improvement. But I will also say too, I actually really appreciate Dr. Helfer's efforts recently to make sure that when we are doing engagement, we are calling them engagement exercises or feedback opportunities or questionnaires rather than surveys, so that we really do reserve survey for the type of quantitative, externally and internally valid analysis that you do for us once every 3 years. It is quite an undertaking, and we appreciate you. And Ms. Garvey, I'm just going to go on to the manager with the COVID report, if that's all right.
I actually had one more point on this, which I forgot. It's so Arlington. We're so concerned about getting better and what we're doing wrong and making things better. I do want to make sure we thank our staff, because the results are pretty incredible, and our employees are the ones who are on the front lines, and it's been a tough couple of years. And I think these results actually say great things about our employees, and I just kind of want to make sure we recognize that. As I say, we're so busy about trying to get better. We got to say thank you to folks who are really doing a great job.
An excellent point. Absolutely, especially those on the front lines. Thank you. And Mr. Popolski, thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Manager, speaking of the thing that has led to the decline in our scores, I believe you have a COVID update.
All right, thanks. I'm going to take a few minutes to give you my monthly update. And breaking into 3 areas. First, I'm going to talk a little bit about where we stand with case counts, and then secondly on vaccines, and third, a little bit about treatment and where things are. So first on cases, Northern Virginia, including Arlington, continues to see a rise in cases, and case rates and percent positivity are at the highest numbers we've seen since February. Hospitalizations have increased over the past month, but fortunately our hospital systems have the capacity to respond. And so that's always good news. The increase in community spread has led to some outbreaks in Arlington child care settings and schools. As such, Arlington Public Schools issued the following guidance last week to parents and guardians to reduce transmission in 3 parts. Wear masks indoors at school. That's number 1. Number 2 is get vaccinated. And third is get tested if exposed or symptomatic. And even if a student's symptoms may be due to allergies or other causes, please ensure that they get tested to rule out COVID-19 before coming to school. So what can the community do? Arlington remains in the medium CDC community level as assessed by the COVID-19 community level standards set out by CDC. And as long as we're in the medium level, it's recommended that we follow some well-known advice at this point, using layered strategies to prevent transmission. Stay up to date on vaccines, get tested, wear a mask. If you have symptoms, a positive test, or exposure to someone with COVID-19, please wear them on public transportation. And you may choose to wear a mask at any time as an additional precaution. And if you're at risk for severe illness, please wear a mask indoors or in public. It's also recommended that you get tested, and after you've been traveling or when gathering with people at high risk. And again, if your symptoms may be due to allergies or other causes, don't be ashamed, get a test. I've done that over the last few weeks when I've been sneezing a lot. I've gone through my test kits. By reducing transmission, that's the best way we can help to protect our fellow residents. So that's the first thing on sort of where we are with cases. On vaccines and boosters, 88% of people 5 and older in the county have received at least 1 dose, and 78% are fully vaccinated. Those numbers have moved just slightly since last month. Everyone 5 and older should get fully vaccinated, including boosters if they're eligible. And if you're 50 and older, moderately or severely immunocompromised, or if you got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, you're eligible for a second booster. And to find a vaccine location, you can go to the county clinics, obviously, and go to our COVID-19 hotline, which is still in operation. And this news that just came out today, I wanted to repeat, I'm sure a lot of people have seen it. The FDA just authorized a booster for 5 to 11-year-olds that has to take place at least 5 months after the completion of the primary series of the Pfizer vaccine. Next steps, CDC and VDH are going to go through the approval process on that, and Arlington County clinics will announce when they're able to offer that vaccine. It should be very quickly. And we'll post that information on the website. For the baby vax, or for vaccine for kids under 5, there's going to be meetings of the, okay, I'm going to see if I get this right, the Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee, commonly referred to as the VRBPCAC, is going to be meeting over the next few months, and they have scheduled meetings for June 8th, 21st, and 22nd to take a look at potential emergency use authorizations on vaccines for that age group. Finally, on testing and treatment, we still have our 5 curative kiosks administering tests. We're at an average of about 4,000 PCR tests a week. Those are our highest numbers since December. And again, no cost testing. There's also plenty of other places where you can get tested by going to our website. And I didn't even know this, but I found out today that every household in America is now eligible for our 3rd round of free at-home COVID-19 tests, which you can go and order on your own to covid.gov/tests. And that means that each household will receive 8 total rapid antigen COVID-19 tests split into 2 separate shipments. And for those of you who don't want to do it on the website, there's a phone number, 1-800-232-0233. And so there are, the other thing that has changed, I think, more recently is there's not even a shortage now of COVID-19 treatments. The majority of pharmacies in Virginia carry the oral antiviral medications, I won't even try to pronounce them, used for treatment of patients with mild to moderate symptoms. The federal website, again, has resources about where you can find that medication, and you can enter your zip code and get all the details you need there. So if you have the symptoms and test positive, don't wait to get treated. Go and take advantage of those resources in local pharmacies. So in closing, I've said this before, our individual and collective actions are the best way you can protect yourself. And I think that with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Rich, did you want to start with questions?
Thank you. And a little bit more of a comment. So, Mr. Schwartz, you mentioned that the school's guidance is to encourage people, even with symptoms that are suspected to be allergies or a cold, to get tested. I should alert you, and maybe this is something that you can work on. That's great advice, but the schools do not accept the rapid test as a suitable enough test for readmission back to school. So, for example, if you faithfully fill out their screener and report that your child has the sniffles, they require a test for that child to come to school, but they do not allow the rapid test. It has to be either a PCR, which is only in one location, as I understand, available same day, or you have to figure out how to get to Sequoia and have a school-administered antigen test in order to be readmitted. So I'm setting up the circle that we're actually not encouraging people to do the right thing by making it so onerous and difficult. So any influence that you have to maybe create something a little bit better would be greatly appreciated.
Okay. Appreciate that input.
Thanks. Mr. Karantanis?
Yeah, I wanted to ask on this, because if I remember correctly, our curative kiosk right here was offering a 2-hour quick test, which is not an antigen test. It's a professionally administered.
Correct.
And safe.
And that's also offered at Sequoia, too. So there are 2 places.
So there are 2 places. And they should, I mean, does this mean that schools wouldn't accept this?
Yes, those are 2 places.
Yeah.
But people have home tests that have been given to them.
Yeah, but that's not the same. So they have to be.
I recognize that, Mr.
somebody
Carantonis, but tell a parent who's got a kid with the sniffles that they know is an allergy that they have to figure out how to take them to one of 2 locations and wait 2 hours before they can go to school. It's a big deal.
Yes, it is. I'm not doubting that. So probably we need more space, more places to administer these tests.
Well, I think it might be actually more helpful if we could follow through on Mr. Dorsey's suggestion of using the at-home tests, which are more readily available. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Manager, thank you. We have the rather unusual activity here of briefly recessing the meeting of the Arlington County Board and instead convening as the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority, which is us. So I am going to do that, try to effectuate that with a motion. I move that we recess the Arlington County Board meeting and convene as the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority for the annual meeting of the CDA.
Second.
Great, that's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Great, thanks so much,
Aye.
Ms. Garvey. Okay, so without objection, the county board is in recess. And I call to order the annual meeting of the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority. So we have first on our agenda the election of officers. It has generally been our practice that the election of officers rather mirrors that of the county board. So I will therefore move that the following members of the authority are elected to the following offices. Myself, Katie Crystal as chair, Mr. Christian Dorsey as vice chair, and then I further move that the authority appoints Kendra Jacobs, clerk of the county board, as the secretary of the authority, and Michelle Cowan, the deputy county manager, as the treasurer of the authority, and Mark Schwartz, the county manager of Arlington, as the assistant treasurer, or assistant secretary and treasurer of the authority. Do you have a second? Thank you so much. And if I could just speak to it, to further note that each officer of the authority is designated as an authorized authority representative for purposes of the authority's trust indenture. All right, is there any discussion on the election and installation of officers? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that carries unanimously. I just would like to particularly appreciate Mr. Schwartz serving in a subsidiary role to Ms. Cowan and as well as Ms. Jacobs. I'm sure he appreciates that enormously as well. So we will go actually to staff. Generally, we look to our staff to give a presentation of the annual audit report of the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority, which actually, Mr. Fries, as you give your presentation, I think you are prepared to just speak briefly to remind those who, for whom this may be the first meeting of the CDA they are watching, to talk a little bit about why we have this separate structure. I think you're prepared to do that, as well as giving us a presentation of the annual audit report and the special assessments report. So I will turn it over to you, sir.
Absolutely, and thank you very much. So the Ballston Quarter CDA was created by the county in 2016 to help facilitate redevelopment of the Ballston Quarter project, which is in the Ballston area of the county. As part of that, the county, the Ballston Quarter CDA was used to issue just under $60 million of bonds, revenue bonds, supported by tax increment financing, which was a portion of the property tax, the sales tax, and the meals tax generated within that site. An incremental portion of that, above a certain level, would be dedicated to pay some of those tax dollars for some public improvements on the site. It was structured as two different sets of bonds, 2016A, which is about $44 million, and 2016B at about $15.7 million. Now, both of those are paid for by the tax increment revenues, backed up by a debt service reserve fund and some other funds. And the 2016B bonds are actually further backstopped by a special assessment agreement with the developer that if there's not sufficient funding, there is a special assessment in place paid for by the parcels and the developer that owns those parcels for that debt service. And so that's been outstanding for about 6 years now. It's been doing okay. Obviously with other commercial properties in the county, COVID had its impact, so we're kind of weathering that. But it's still generating some revenue, and what we'll see here in a second is. With the audit and the special assessment, there is a special assessment, but the audit, and I guess we can maybe just go straight into the audit, because We don't have, I spoke to the developer just before this morning. There's not really a big update to provide in terms of what's happened there. Like I mentioned, COVID, they're slowly kind of coming back online as we'll talk about the revenues within the district. Sales tax has continued to be a little weak, but on the meals tax, it's been rather resilient. Not as much as original projections when the deal was originally structured, but it's been pretty strong. And a few new restaurants have opened in the past year, so they continue to kind of perform on that basis. But in regards to no presentation there, but we do have staff from Brookfield, as well as MuniCap, are the administrator for the CDA, and McGuire Woods. They are online, so if you do have any questions, they're available to answer anything that you have. But so we'll talk about the audit. Really, actually don't have a lot to report there. It was the Nichols Group completed our audit this past year. It was a clean audit, and so nothing to stand out to report back to the CDA board.
Appreciate that. Good to know. All right, I'm going to turn to colleagues for questions, either Mr. Friesen, our staff, or those from our capital advisor, as you noted, and the property owner, Brookfield, if so. So, Mr. Carantonis, questions?
Oh, no, that was a
vestigial. All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. DeFranti.
Couple of questions. I guess it doesn't, I don't know whether this would be, this may be for the developer. I guess it doesn't stun me that the meals tax is coming back, but the sales tax has been a little slower, just having been through the space. And I'm glad to hear that there's recovery on the meals tax to the overall percentage, but I guess, do we have a sense of, over the coming year, whether there would be markers? Do we have a percentage of meals tax to projection, what we're collecting now, given that COVID is still, of course, relevant to the overall projection that we originally had on the bonds? It's sort of a question of how are we doing towards recovery, and do you have any thoughts about what the next year might bring as far as full recovery on meals or sales, or are we talking a multi-year look? I guess that would be for not a simple question, but I guess that would be for the development team.
Brookfield.
And it may be for, I'll maybe start off, maybe Jamie maybe wants to chime in afterwards, MuniCap as administrator. But what we have done is, we have assumed the same level of sales and meals tax as last year, remaining conservative, that we are very hopeful that it does increase above those levels. But we don't want to be, too optimistic. So it's kind of we look at as a year progresses and we see a trend, we revise upwards. But that's kind of the starting point. So I don't have any myself don't have any forecast of where it will go. So I don't know if either Jamie or Tavita, if you want to comment on maybe, activity at the property and what you think may occur there.
I don't have anything to add to that right now. As we discussed, we don't have any additional information.
Okay.
Okay, and did I miss?
And Ms. Sheehan, were you about to comment? I think we've got you on mute. We'd love to hear your thoughts.
All right, can everyone hear me now?
We can.
Perfect. The only thing I would have to add is that year over year, we have seen small amounts of growth in the sales and meals taxes as we progress through COVID. So we're hopeful to continue to see that growth. Although, as Jason mentioned, we take a very conservative approach when budgeting. And then anything above that is obviously great, but we are as conservative as possible when preparing that initial forecast.
Thank you. I guess I don't know, and I'm just looking through some of what I've looked at in preparation for today. Maybe it's something that, Mr. Fries, you could help me with afterwards as to percentage of, or you may know now, percentage of sales and meals relative to our projected pre-COVID. Mm-hmm. And I'm happy to follow up, and it also may be that I missed it in preparation for today, but I just wanted to check.
No, you didn't miss it, but we can provide that to you. We have the data. It's just not on with me right now, but we'll provide that to you.
Great. Thanks very much. I just want to be careful. I'm mindful that there's also some, possibilities down the road of development there, and I just want to make sure I'm aware and we're aware of where we need to be. Thanks very much.
Terrific. And I know we are working with a new owner in Brookfield. So Ms. Rice, it's nice to meet you. I think we'd all gotten to know predecessors a little bit over the course of a number of years as the Boston Quarter Community Development Authority. So we look forward to working with you and perhaps being able to tap into more knowledge that Brookfield has from your national portfolio about trends we might be able to see in Boston Quarter in the coming years. So unless there are any other questions, I'm going to move that the Boston Quarter CDA adopt the resolution we have before us, which accepts the annual audit report as summarized by Mr. Freeze and reflected in the audited financial statements of June 30, 2021 and 20, and that we accept the annual revenue requirement memo presented at this meeting, including but not limited to the methodologies for the calculations of the tax increment revenues as described in the memo dated of May 4th, 2022, and that finally the authority requests the county bill and collect the annual revenue requirement in accordance with the memo and the special assessment agreement. Great, that's been moved and seconded. Unless there's any further discussion, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Ms. Garvey?
Ms. Garvey?
Yes, I said aye.
Oh, great, thank you. Okay, and no opposed, I don't believe, so that carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, do we have any other business to come before the authority?
No, there is not.
Okay, without objection, the Boston Quarter Community Development Authority is adjourned, and we are reconvened as the county board. Okay, welcome back to County Board. I'm going to move us now, or make a motion rather, to convene a closed meeting, specifically that we convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2, 3711, A.7, and 8 for consultation with the county attorney regarding first litigation in case number 112 CV01031 pending before the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia. Litigation in case number CL 20-1072, pending before the Arlington County Circuit Court. And 3, consultation with the county attorney on the legal permissibilities and risks associated with various methods of flood mitigation measures, where consultation with the attorney in open meeting would adversely affect the litigating posture of the county board. Do I have a second? Great. That has been moved and seconded. All those in favor of the motion to close, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Anyone opposed? Okay, we are now in closed session. We have had no items pulled from our consent agenda, so we will reconvene no earlier than 6:45. So we will see everyone at 6:45. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Ms. Garvey, yes.
Yes, I do not have a separate link for closed session. I don't know if I need one.
Ask our
Do I
clerk
just-
to follow up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our first order of business is to reconvene an open meeting. So colleagues, I move that the members of the county board certify at the just concluded closed session, first, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and further, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. The clerk will now call the roll. Sorry about that.
Ms. Crystal?
Yes.
Mr. Dorsey?
Yes.
Mr. DeFerranti?
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
And we will hold the vote open for Ms. Garvey. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
That would be terrific. Thank you so much. Okay, we have one regular item tonight. Oh, excuse me, no, first I do want to make an announcement before we move into our regular item. On Saturday, item 29C3, which was a request for acquisition of a temporary construction easement related to the construction of the art operations and maintenance facility, was deferred from Saturday's meeting. I'm happy to report that there is no longer a need for the board to take action on the request. It has been resolved with the property owner, and so that's been withdrawn. Therefore, we are ready for the only item on our regular agenda, which is the presentation of the fiscal year 2023 to 2032 capital improvement plan. Mr. Manager, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have a few remarks, and then I'm going to turn it over to Michelle and to the DMF team. So I'd like to start, what a difference 4 years makes, right? The last time I was before the board to present a 10-year CIP was May 22nd, 2018. That proposal focused on transportation and the work of government providing well-paved roads, streetlights, art buses, public government facilities such as parks, fire stations, technology, and schools. And if you remember, we were figuring out how to meet new and larger commitments to Metro based on a regional agreement. That proposal, it was $2.8 billion over 10 years. That's not including any of the investments for schools. So in the past 4 years, we've been back to you with a one-year CIP that drastically curtailed investments in order to fund core government services during the pandemic. And last year, we dipped our toe back into the water on longer planning with a 3-year plan. So today, 4 years later from the last 10-year CIP, we live in a world where we still need to maintain our roads, streetlights, art buses, where we see new and proposed government facilities, parks, fire stations, technology, schools. We still need to invest in Metro. What else? 4 years ago, we were thinking in a more limited way of how to face the challenges of what at the time then even seemed to be cataclysmic changes and the effects of climate change. We see now a once-in-a-generation need to preserve affordable housing at Barcroft and a world reshaped by the pandemic where we do our business differently. So the proposal tonight, $3.9 billion over 10 years. That's not counting any investments for schools. Our needs are 40% greater than they were 4 years ago. The proposal we have tonight is sound, supported by our fiscal constraints, rational, thoughtful, but it is really necessary, and the challenges we face now are different than what we faced 4 years ago. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Michelle and to the DMF team to walk you through our $3.9 billion proposal. Michelle?
Great, thank you. Can you all hear me?
We can.
I feel like I'm bending over.
Yes.
So yes, you will hear from all of Team DMF right here. And there are more Team DMFers behind the scenes who have worked on this proposal. And then I just have to say that staff from every department, financial, operational, engineers have touched this proposal. So it is a whole of government approach, if you will, and I can't wait for you to see their work in the upcoming work sessions. So as Mark said, our proposed capital plan for the next 10 years totals $3.9 billion. That seems like a big headline, but I think sometimes, and we use this phrase, but I want to put some color behind it. We are a full-service government, and a full-service government not just being like a full-service dry cleaner. Let's remember what Arlington does that in a lot of other jurisdictions in the Commonwealth are spread among different entities. So as you know, we are one of only 2 counties in the Commonwealth that serve our own roads, provide our own roads and maintain our own roads. VDOT does it everywhere else. Also, so many other counties across the Commonwealth have a park authority, have a water and sewer authority, or a sanitation authority, or things like that. Here in Arlington, we do all of that under the umbrella of county government. So when you look at that $3.9 billion, that in part is why, in addition to the reasons the manager invested, just the range of services that we provide. So you see on this chart all the many areas of infrastructure delivery and services that we provide, transportation to parks, to facilities, to technology, to our underground infrastructure and stormwater, water and sewer utilities. But I think sometimes during the CIP conversation, we get hung up on the physical versus why we invest in the physical, and what the CIP is about is supporting services to our residents and providing the, quote, infrastructure that our employees need to serve those residents. So when we get hung up, or we are talking about in the facilities work session, why do you need that roof? Well, it's really to keep the library branch open. It's to keep the community center open. It's to keep the employees who are working at a building in the trade center with a safe and hospitable space to do their work. When we talk about that refresh of technology, again, it can seem a little, not esoteric, but it's all about serving people. So when that 911 call comes through, it's picked up. That the online service order form gets handled appropriately, handled well, rooted in the right way. So we'll talk about all the physical, but just keeping in mind that all these investments are meant for services. Some of the guiding principles and just our themes in this CIP that, as we were addressing the CIP, as Mark said, after 4 years of sort of pent-up demand. So the first thing is a measured approach, and Mark alluded to this. We have commitments that we made to Barcroft, $150 million in debt. We are working with schools on their significant commitment to the Career Center. And then, of course, we have our Metro investment, which usually is off the top and one of the largest line items in the CIP, as it should be, given the importance of transit to our community. Because of that, in the first few years of the CIP, for the general fund tax-supported portion of the CIP, it is a little bit constrained because we are addressing those priorities first. I think within the constraints of those financial priorities, I think we've made really smart, strategic, tactical investments that then will lead us to, over the next, when you look in the last half of the CIP, some really exciting things. We can't go into this conversation without talking about, and this underlies some of our conservative in the early years, the risks that we're facing and the whole country is facing on inflation and rising interest rates. I think that we have been conservative in our assumptions there, but we're mindful that landscape for the next 2 years is uncertain, and wanting to be thoughtful about that and not overcommit in promises to the community until we see where that all really shakes out. And so that's why when we talk about the CIP, the first 2 years are firm and the last 8 years are always a plan, and we reiterate and we come back and we come back and we see where everything lines up. But I'm hopeful that you can see the little bit of caution that we have in the first few years. As I mentioned, our other top priority is, of course, meeting our regional legal and regulatory obligations. I talked about Metro, but we do have regulatory requirements in the stormwater and wastewater treatment areas. This plan fulfills those requirements, always a priority for the compliance in our organization. You will see throughout the CIP a substantial focus on the environment, climate, and then just overall resiliency given the change in our community. And so you see that in virtually whether it's parks, facilities, utilities, stormwater, it's transit, it's all through the proposed investments in front of you. Maintaining what we have, you hear us talk about the state of good repair, and I think through the remarks that Karen and Maria will make, you'll hear a little bit about the extent of our infrastructure, over 90 buildings, 100 miles of water and sewer lines, close to 40 bridges, right? All those types of things. And so that is a big priority you'll see, is just maintaining what we have. We know we are a government or a jurisdiction that was largely developed in the 40s and 50s. Some of our infrastructure still dates back to that time, so to keep it going and a good service requires reinvestment. Responding to emerging service demands, I am really proud of the CIP in that, we have learned from COVID, and we've learned and we've heard from the community about where we need to pivot. So you will see some strategic investments here in the CIP that address some of what we've heard in terms of new demands for more natural spaces in our parks and open spaces, in terms of new things like pickleball and other things that the community has said, these are important to us. And I think the CIP sets us up to pivot to those priorities now, but puts in place plans that will help us do so again in the future, as the next 2 years, as we've learned, could be very different than where we sit right now. I think we've also taken advantage of, the one positive side of COVID is how we work, how our employees work. Team DMF here does not work in this building anymore. They work from their homes completely. And we have reduced our footprint, which means that allows us then to do some really strategic consolidations that you'll hear about in other county buildings that could get us out of some aging assets. That's a lot of words, but it's really big moves for the organization. And I think where we've really, again, learned from COVID without a deterioration of service, and our employees are loving it. So good for retention and recruitment too. Finally, you will see that, as always, we have a series of plans or investments to keep planning for the future. So whether it be responding to the Crystal City Sector Plan and the Pentagon City Sector Plan, the next steps on Virginia Highlands, Aurora Highlands, looking at our back-of-house support operations at the Trade Center, looking at emerging needs, again, like nature centers or what we're doing there. You'll see throughout this document, our intent to begin systematically addressing some of those long-term planning needs and getting ready for those next cycles of CIPs. So with that, I am turning it over. Jeez. Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Michelle. So in these next few slides, I'm going to briefly walk you all through the four primary policies that determine the county's ability to afford new debt. Don't worry. I know we're going to go quickly through these next few slides, but we will be discussing all of these in more depth during the upcoming CIP work sessions. Work sessions. So what you see on the screen here right now is the first policy, which is, and this is the major one that we typically follow, is the 10% debt ratio ceiling, which is one of the best practices for counties to maintain a AAA rating with the three major rating agencies. So the numerator in this calculation, it includes total county and schools debt service. It's not individual, it's on a combined lump sum basis. And it includes AHIF debt as well, while the denominator is total government expenditures, including both the county and the schools. So for context, in the 19 through 28 CIP, the last 10-year CIP that the county adopted, these numbers ranged from 9.4 to 9.9%. As you see here in the near term, we are a little bit lower than what was shown in those previous estimates in prior CIPs due to our constraining of debt in the prior two shortened CIPs, where we kind of pulled things back a little bit as COVID started, just to make sure we remained fiscally resilient. So the other piece that's impacting this is the combination of the recent Barcroft acquisition of $150 million, as well as in our proposal, we have included part of the APS's proposed request to advance a career center beginning in fiscal 2023 in those back-end calculations of debt at a cost of $136 million in their CIP. This also includes ongoing commitments for previously issued bonds. And as you see, we start to creep back up towards that 10% number in those out years. But we do remain within this policy. So if we go to the next slide. These are the three other debt policies that we primarily use to gauge how much we can issue in terms of debt, general obligation debt for both county and schools. The first on this list is total debt, which is county GO and revenue bonds on a per capita basis as a percentage of per capita income. And this is to be no greater than 6%. So over the 10-year horizon, we peak near that limit of 5.9% in fiscal 2025, and then we gently start to fall off and end up around 4.5% in the out years of the CIP. So I'd say in terms of looking at the policies, this one's the second most important, and we do get close, but again, we stay within our policy limits. So the next policy is debt, outstanding debt as a percentage of the market value of the tax base being no greater than 3%. Now, I think we've said to you a few times before that, our property tax base is, fairly robust. It's, and the other policies would be blown out of the water before this one would ever be exceeded. So we've always remained fairly, strong in this, well below the limits. And in the CIP, it's the same. We're at about 1.3 to 1.6% over the 10-year horizon. The final policy is ensuring that debt service remains consistent with the historical growth in county revenues. So the CIP has a 3.6% annual debt service growth for both county and schools debt service, which compares to annual revenue growth looking from the fiscal 23 actuals to the fiscal 2022 adopted budget of around 4.5%. So again, a little bit below, but mostly consistent with that prior historical growth. So we move on next. So we're going to talk not just bonds, but all funding sources that make up how we pay for the CIP. So as you'll see, GO bonds make up a large portion of the funding at 34%. This is followed next by funds in the Transportation Capital Fund, and then that's followed by state and federal revenues, followed by PAYGO funding, then grants at 7%, and then other funding sources, which is 13%, which includes developer contributions, short-term financing, which is more of our like computers and technology needs, tax increment financing, and sanitary district tax revenues, which is for the stormwater fund. One thing to note with all of these funding sources is that many of them are restricted in their use, such as the funds in the Transportation Capital Fund, developer contributions, the sanitary district tax, many of the grants, and state and federal revenues. So to talk about the 2022 Bond Referenda, which covers primarily those first 2 years of the CIP, it feels like we just went through this. We've gone through now going to be 3 years in a row that we are putting referenda to the voters. Just 2020, 2021, and now 2022. On the county side, the request is for $125 million of referenda authority. You can see on the screen, $52 million is for community infrastructure, and this is for projects and programs such as Arlington Neighborhoods Program, courthouse complex renovations and infrastructure, courts police building improvements, some fire station replacements and additions, and other general county infrastructure projects. $20 million is for the Parks and Recreation referendum, and this includes projects such as Phase 2 of Jenny Dean Park, the Emergent Uses Program, Trail and Bridge Modernization, and various parks and renovations and improvements, as well as some design funding for the boathouse. Metro and Transportation, this includes $43 million for Metro, as Michelle mentioned earlier. It's one of the largest single items in our CIP, and that's about $21 to $22 million each year for a total of $43 million, $7 million for paving, and then various small amounts for some transportation maintenance needs. In this referendum, Stormwater is also requesting their second referendum, and this will be for $40 million, while Utilities is requesting a $177 million referendum, primarily for phases 2 and 3 of their solids master plan. So a full discussion of each of these projects that are included in the referenda will be coming in subsequent CIP work sessions the next few weeks. So just talking about the regional commitments, I think we've said this a few times now. The largest is Metro. So we don't just fund it with bonds. We use a lot of state transit aid as well. And over the 10-year planning horizon, we estimate that it'll be roughly $356 million of contribution going just to Metro out of our CIP, which it's not 10% of our CIP, but it's almost up there of how big this single item is. And how we pay for it, primarily we use general obligation bonds. As you see, over the 10-year, it's $230 million, which averages about $23 million a year, as well as then some state aid, which is $126 million. And in the 2022 referenda, this is just under $43 million for the 2-year costs. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to, I believe, Maria, who will take over the next part of the presentation.
So thanks, Jason. As you heard Mark and Michelle discuss, the county's investments to address environmental issues is in virtually every area of the CIP. As the graphic on the slide indicates, these range from resiliency-focused investments, stormwater flood mitigation, a proposed new program in parks to address resiliency in parks infrastructure, and then compliance and innovation investments. This CIP ensures that we meet the second set of MS4 permit requirements for water quality and moves forward with significant investments at the water pollution control plant for how we address solids and new innovative opportunities for reuse. In terms of climate and transportation, the CIP includes additional investments in facility infrastructure for energy efficiency, electric vehicle purchase, and charging infrastructure. And with the support of the board this past weekend, the new art maintenance facility, which will enable the transition to battery electric buses. The next slide is about stormwater. More specifically here, the proposed CIP includes $331 million the single largest increase in our CIP in recent years. The proposed CIP investments are approximately 2/3 for stormwater capacity and flood mitigation, with the remaining 1/3 focused on water quality and streams and working towards a state of good repair for our existing stormwater assets. In the area of stormwater capacity, investments are proposed in each of the major watersheds listed on the screen. The next slide speaks to utilities. The proposed CIP includes $617 million, a $118 million increase over the last 10-year CIP. Starting from the bottom of this slide, this increase is primarily due to the significant investments we are making at the Water Pollution Control Plant, where we are moving forward with the Solids Master Plan, which will modernize our infrastructure on the solid handling side of the plant and also provide for innovative resource recovery. The second largest of investment in our water sewer systems is in maintenance capital, totaling $245 million. This will ensure a state of good repair for the close to 500 miles of sanitary sewer and water lines and pump lift stations that provide essential water and sewer services to our residents and businesses. Slide 12 is about general government and transportation, which is close to half of the overall investment in the CIP at $1.8 billion. In the complete streets area, the Street Safety Improvement Program totals $16 million and supports our Vision Zero efforts. In addition to the SSI program, through all of our transportation programs, complete streets, paving, we're always looking for opportunities to meet our Vision Zero goals with pavement markings and improved street design. We're investing $64 million in our bridges, including the partnership with the City of Alexandria for the West Glebe Bridge and Mount Vernon bridges, as well as state of good repair for our 33 other bridges. On Columbia Pike, the CIP includes continued funding for completion of the various phases of the multimodal project by 2026, with total investment on the Pike in this area at $117 million. Bike walk improvements continue to be a priority, with almost $90 million in investments, including $17 million for capital bike share over the 10 years. This also includes completion of the important connection of the Arlington National Cemetery wall trail. On the next slide, continuing with transportation, the CIP also includes $138 million for paving to maintain our PCI at 75 to 80 and in a state of good repair to ensure safe conditions for vehicles, but as importantly, transit, school buses, and bikers and walkers. We're very excited that this CIP includes a new program focused on sidewalk, curb, and gutter maintenance. As a result of the concrete study that DES completed, this program will get our existing sidewalks back to a state of good repair within 10 to 15 repairs. Additional funding of $12 million is included, but funding from the paving program is also being used to support this program and our walkers. In the area of transit, the proposed CIP includes continuation of important projects like the ART and O&M facility and the 2 new metro entrances at Crystal City and Ballston, where the county is important partners with the Commonwealth and the development community. On to parks. The investment in parks in the CIP is just over $270 million. In terms of ongoing parks programs, we're really pleased with DPR's development of 2 new programs. The first, Emerging Uses, is intended to address demands for growing sports and recreational activities like pickleball. The second, called Natural Resiliency, will help address the impacts of climate change and flooding in our parks, helping them to be more resilient. In keeping with our state of good repair priority, the Park CIP includes 3 programs totaling almost $120 million that ensure our parks, trails, bridges, playgrounds, courts, and the fields remain in good condition and safe for our park users. In our synthetic turf program, I did want to note that the CIP includes a plan to convert the lit grass fields to synthetic at Kenmore Middle School in the last few years of the CIP. This is a great partnership with APS, and we're looking forward to contributions from our sports partners. In terms of specific parks projects, the CIP includes funding for the first phase of Gateway Park renovation and a variety of parks and open space projects in Crystal City, Pentagon City that are in line with our sector plans. The proposed CIP also includes funding for continuing the design and planning process for the Arlington Boathouse with the National Park Service, as well as preliminary construction funding for the lower site in the later years of the CIP. This plan assumes continued collaboration and funding contributions from Boathouse stakeholders and partners. The next slide is Arlington neighborhoods. The manager is proposing funding for the Arlington, do we have that up there? Next, Arlington neighborhoods. The manager is proposing funding for the Arlington Neighborhoods Program, formerly Neighborhood Conservation, totaling $85.2 million over the course of the 10-year plan. The level of funding will cover construction of projects previously approved and bring our annual investment back to previous levels, increasing from $4 million in fiscal years 23 and 24 up to $9 million in 2030 and 21. Facilities, moving to public facilities, where investments total $294 million over 10 years. The largest program is for facilities maintenance capital totaling $90 million. Our real estate footprint includes, as Michelle mentioned, 92 buildings, 2.4 million square feet. Keeping those buildings in good condition is paramount to the safety and comfort of our employees and our citizens. In the same realm of maintaining aging facilities, this CIP continues the multi-year phased plan for continued improvements to the court's police building, which is over 25 years old. In the near term, this will focus on very aged technology infrastructure and courtroom renovations. Also in the courthouse area, we're making strategic investments in the 2020 North Courthouse Road building, which will allow us to consolidate a variety of public safety functions in this building. Most importantly, these investments will facilitate the creation of a situational awareness center for public safety and emergency preparedness, which is a growing need in light of the events in our region and in the country. While we have made great progress on fire stations in the last few years with the opening of Fire Station 10 and construction of Fire Station 8 on Langston Boulevard underway, this CIP provides funding for a new fire station on the west end of the Columbia Pike, given development and balancing of demands at other fire stations. This CIP includes funding for both the Quincy and Carlin Springs sites. At Quincy, it includes needed basic facility investments at a few of the buildings there, as well as placeholder funding for the consolidation of fire logistic functions where fire vehicles are currently stored on Quincy. At Carlin Springs, the CIP includes placeholder funding for the demolition of the existing sprawling building. Our best minds are working this complex demolition given the need for remediation and stormwater abatement as part of that demolition. And last but not least, there's $14 million included for a series of energy-related investments in our facilities. On to technology. Technology is at the core of so much of what we do across almost every line of business. These investments are proposed at just over $193 million, and they include $104 million in enterprise system technology. This covers everything from refreshment of laptops and desktops for our employees and in public areas and servers as they reach the end of their useful lives at nearly $34 million, to network equipment, upgrades, and as appropriate, cloud data migration at just over $29 million. It also includes more than $22 million in investments in systems that have been in place for 15 to more than 20 years, including our core financial and HR system, PRISM, which was implemented in 2006, the Enterprise Records Management System implemented in 2004, and the DHS Child Welfare System implemented in 1995, and future refreshment of the Revenue Collection System, the Land Record System, and many more. This category also includes investments in our public safety communications, vehicles, and equipment of about $90 million. This area funds more than $20 million for public safety communications equipment, such as public safety radios and upgrades to the radio system, nearly $18 million in IT and hardware upgrades, including the public safety records management systems and mobile data computers, over $23 million for public safety vehicles and associated technologies, such as upgrades to the fire command vehicle, and almost $12 million for emergency response equipment, such as breathing apparatus, defibrillators, and thermal imaging cameras. The next slide is planning for our future. Finally, the CIP includes funding for various planning initiatives. These range from planning for the back-of-the-house type support functions at the Trade Center in Quincy, Carlin Springs, the next generation of transit services to Arlington, planning for specific parks and public facilities such as Virginia Highlands and the nature centers, and planning for the possibility of additional fire EMS services. Of course, the timing, the prioritization and funding, staff resources needed for each of these planning efforts will evolve and in part will be dependent upon completion of other projects and planning efforts. I know that was a whole lot of information, and as you know, we'll have work sessions in June where our departmental colleagues, as Michelle said, which were the backbone of creating this CIP, will be sharing more details, answering any questions you have. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our tireless capital lead in DMF, Karen Talley.
Thank you, Maria. So as Michelle has shared, we've been incredibly thoughtful about the projects and themes presented in our proposed 10-year plan today. But now we also want to talk about all of the projects that we've been working on for the past couple of years that are currently in design or construction. We have many projects in progress around the county, and I'll highlight a few of them over the next 2 slides. So currently in our facilities program, we have Fire Station 8, which is a new station to replace an old undersized station. The new fire station will be a 20,000 square foot facility with 4 apparatus bays. It's scheduled to be completed this fall, in fall of 2023. In the courthouse and Bosman facilities, there are several projects in progress, most notably the construction happening here in the Bosman building. Renovations here are due to be complete at the end of January 2023. The South Irving Street Group Home is a replacement of a group home for 6 adults with developmental disabilities. The new facility will be net zero and is anticipated to be complete in early 2023. And finally, in facilities, we have the renovation to the Arlington Child Care Center. Finding safe, affordable, and available childcare continues to be a challenge, so this interior renovation will truly be a valued capital improvement. It's planned to be complete next summer, 2023. There's no denying that Arlington is home to some of the most beautiful and highly used parks, trails, and fields in our area. To help keep our portfolio in good condition, there are several projects underway. Beloved for its tennis courts, the design of the Upper Bluemont Park is greatly anticipated. As you know, this park sits in the RPA, so there's lots of work to design the tennis courts, lighting, picnic shelters, restrooms, landscaping, and stormwater management, and more. Design is anticipated to be complete this fall, and parks will move forward with the construction process. The design and construction of the Gunston Bubble will be complete this summer, while the adjacent playground and picnic shelter will be complete next winter, 2023. The Lacey Woods Park improvements include accessibility upgrades to the restrooms and replacement of the basketball court. Construction completion is planned for next winter, 2023. And finally, the replacement of the heavily used Rocky Run synthetic turf field right down the street will be complete this winter. On the stormwater side, there's much focus on expanding the county's infrastructure to handle storm runoff as well as meeting our regulatory requirements for water quality for water ending up in the Chesapeake Bay. Capacity improvements to help mitigate flooding for the Spout Run watershed are currently under design. Construction is underway to install underground stormwater detention faults at the Cardinal Elementary School, which will help reduce flooding in the Torreyson watershed near the Westover shopping area. Donaldson Run Tributary B stream restoration will finish construction this summer and address severe stream channel erosion and damage to the water main, walking trail, and trees. The Boston Pond restoration will convert a dry pond into a new wetland area that will include water quality treatment as well as adding a trail and viewing area and thousands of native plants and trees. The Donaldson Run and Boston Pond projects will help contribute toward the county achieving its pollution reduction targets. Next slide, please. The transportation CIP includes a number of complete streets and transit projects, such as the ones listed below. Construction on Columbia Pike Multimodal is underway and proceeding in a manner consistent with board guidance. With the Columbia Pike transit stations, the first 8 shelters will be installed this summer and will be prefabricated shelters the board directed staff to use. Future installations will be coordinated with the Columbia Pike Multimodal Streets project. On bridge renovations, West Glebe Road Bridge replacement construction has started, and the Arlington Ridge Road Bridge replacement is in design. In Boston, the 35% design for the west entrance is being updated to new specifications, and the Boston Multimodal project is on track to be completed in fall of 2022. Finally, in Crystal City, construction is starting soon on Segment I of the Transitway extension to Pentagon City, and it'll be coordinated with streetscape work throughout Pentagon City and Crystal City. The Arlington Neighborhoods Program has 20 projects that are in various stages of completion throughout the county. They include street and intersection improvements, parks, as well as neighborhood beautification projects. For utilities, resiliency and redundancy of our infrastructure continues to be the focus. We have key projects at the Water Pollution Control Plant called ReGen that will upgrade the end-of-life solids handling process. Currently in design, the Spout Run Parkway sanitary sewer relining project will rehabilitate a 33-inch sewer main that's about 100 feet deep and carries wastewater for treatment from the head of Spout Run Parkway through Roslyn and down to the plant in South Arlington. For water resiliency and redundancy, DES is working with the Fairfax Water Authority on the construction of an emergency backup supply for Arlington's drinking water. And finally, the Key Boulevard water main replacement project will replace an approximately 90-year-old unlined cast iron pipe, which has had a lot of breaks with large diameter pipe to increase reliability, support neighborhood water demand, and improve fire flow capacity. Next slide. This slide details the public engagement process we've had to date. So we had over 2,400 total participants who gave feedback on the CIP, with 1,500 doing so online. 15 pop-up engagements were held throughout the community, and throughout those pop-ups, we reached nearly 900 participants, and over half of those responded in Spanish. We were also able to reach the Mongolian community through the pop-up engagements. 11% of the pop-up respondents responded in Mongolian. What we heard about how to invest in major infrastructure, highlights were for park and recreation, energy and sustainability, transit, and roads. Public facilities was ranked much higher for pop-up participants than for online respondents. And when asked about maintenance versus new design, participants preferred new design for both streets and parks. And about what matters most, the top 3 priorities include streets and roadways, parks, technology, and critical infrastructure. Next slide, please. Since the adopted CIP, we've been really busy working to respond to some of the feedback we received about 1, creating more readable interactive project pages, and 2, creating a document that's easier to navigate with more helpful information. So we've updated the CIP project page, which you'll see there on the right, to have bulleted information for project descriptions. This will help to break up the information and be more for users to easily find project details. In addition, we've included what we're calling project links that can take you to additional details about a project, such as a neighborhood study, online project status documents, and other helpful information. As part of the last adopted CIP, you gave us guidance that you wanted to see projects aligned with adopted master plans. If you notice in the top right corner of the project page snapshot, you'll see a revised version of the CPHD Comprehensive Plan Will. That icon is a hyperlink and will take you directly to the master plan. We don't have associated master plans for every project, but where there is one, you'll find this icon. And in cases where there's more than one associated master plan, you'll see the one that is mostly considered. The other item that you'll see on this page is the map. We're really excited to share our new CIP interactive map tool. This has truly been a collaborative team effort with DES, the CAPE team, as well as the departments. The map will show the type of capital investments that have been made in the county, as well as where the investments have been made. The new tool includes projects that have been completed over the past 2 years, projects that are currently underway, and projects that are in our proposed CIP for fiscal years 23 and 24. Users will be able to filter information by program and category. So for instance, the transportation program and the complete streets category. Once you've filtered that information, the user can then zoom into neighborhoods to see what projects are impacting them directly. The tool will also allow the user to filter by master plans and show the aligned projects. To really help the user understand the size and position of projects, they will see projects as a polygon when they zoom in. As you know, CPHD has done a lot of work creating data to share on the maps around the census. Did it go out?
There you go.
Here we go. We're including an overlay on the map that will show the people of color in the county by a percentage of the population. This data will be helpful in better understanding the types of infrastructure we have across the county and making sure we're best meeting the needs of our diverse population. Next slide. As you know, the superintendent, next slide. Thank you. As you know, the superintendent just proposed the school's CIP last week for a total of $388 million. Their referenda is for $165 million. It includes the Career Center. Major infrastructure projects include the kitchen and entrance security renovations. Their referenda will be included into the county referenda after the school adopts their CIP on June 23rd. Next slide. And so in wrap up, I'd like to walk through the remaining schedule for our CIP. After presenting our proposed CIP today, next steps will be for departments to have work sessions with you starting on June 7th. So starting on June 7th, we will have technology, public safety, stormwater, and utilities. On the 14th of June, government facilities, parks and recreation, Arlington neighborhood program, and we'll round out on the 28th with transportation, debt, and metro, followed that evening with the public hearing. On June 14th, we'll have the board markup, followed by adoption on either July 16th or 19th. And with that, I will pass it over to Mark.
Thank you, Karen, and the DMF team. A couple of things. The work session schedule we just laid out may be adjusted depending on staff availability and where we are. We've also posted some of the material online, which includes this presentation, manager's message, and some material on the allocation of funding. We were still busy at work on all the project pages. Those, I think, will be available over the next several days, if not next week. We have this year, not that it interests anybody specifically, our budget was adopted very late and our CIP was proposed very early. So not enough working days. And before I turn it over to the board for questions, I did want to end up with something I promised, and which for many people dwarfs the $3.9 billion investments. I wanted to give an update on pickleball. Specifically, we had last fall engagement on the first part of our court engagement process. And this Thursday, DPR will release its second engagement opportunity with feedback going through the beginning of June. And in that opportunity, they will detail what we've learned from the first engagement and a series of recommendations, including new criteria for striping tennis and basketball courts for pickleball, as well as ranking courts in Arlington based on how well they meet the criteria. And furthermore, based on the feedback from the community work and staff analysis, we're going to recommend that the Walter Reed tennis courts are the best site for a dedicated pickleball facility in the county. And the funding for that dedicated facility is funding that's included under the Emerging Uses program we just proposed. So if the board adopts it, that would be the way forward on that. So we look forward to discussing pickleball as part of the CIP process. We can expect it to be a spirited discussion where we volley ideas back and forth and see what we can come up with that best serves the needs of our court users. Thank you.
I'm going to move this conversation along expeditiously lest our manager make any more puns, but I appreciate that very much, and I hope that will be news of interest to those who visited us this public comment and previous public comments. We can take questions now, as noted by the manager, as well as the team DMF. We'll have a robust set of work sessions ahead, so a lot of opportunities to really dig into the details. And Mr. DeFrinti.
Thank you. You referred to process. I just appreciate the announcement or the comments on the Walter Reed facility. I'll be digging in on the project's environmental Vision Zero bike infrastructure. I really appreciate the interactive map. I don't want to filibuster, but I did want to at least note that I was listening and I have a few priorities.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. And I just want to join you in thanking Ms. Talley, Mr. Stevenson, Mr. Freeze, Ms. Meredith, and certainly Ms. Cowan for the presentations tonight and certainly for all the work that's gone in here. It is your end and our beginning, I think, of at least where the balance of work is, although we know you'll the entirety of the process. I too am very excited about that map, and I really appreciate the efforts of both this team and CAPE to step up. We know we heard a lot from community members that they wanted to be able to search and sort by their priorities, and I hope this map will be a tool that allows them to do that. So unless there are any other comments, there's no action required. Of course, we'll convene next on June 7th with the topic to be determined, but folks I'm sure can follow along. We'll have that posted shortly. And in the meantime, we have two other items to come before the board, two sets of motions with regard to litigation. I'm prepared to make each of them. Colleagues, first I move that the county board authorize in a final form approved by the county attorney a settlement of $65,000 in the matter of Jenkins v. Lazakovich, case number CL 20-1072, now pending before the Arlington Circuit Court. Great, thank you. Is there any discussion on that item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. I also move that the county board authorize in a final form approved by the county attorney a settlement of $95,000 in the matter of Ahern versus Arlington County, case 121 CV 01031, now pending before the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia. Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That too carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, do we have any other items to come before the board?
We do not.
Okay, thank you so much. With that, I believe we'll next convene formally as a board on June 7th for that first of the CIP hearings. And of course, we'll be hard at work and engaged with the community until then. So thanks everyone so much. We're adjourned. Good night.